Good afternoon, everyone.
Hope everyone's having a good weekend.
Just sort out one of my cameras that might not be plugged in. Okay, we're back. I was messing around with things last night, and yeah, yesterday's stream didn't happen because effectively Lou wasn't in the mood for gaming, so I gave myself a day off. But we are. I definitely really did want to do a stream over the weekend, or maybe a couple of streams over the weekend. We'll see how things go. Tomorrow I do actually have plans to do quite a bit of work for. I've got like all the social media posts and stuff to sort out for tomorrow, Ludo and stuff. I'm very unlikely to stream tomorrow, but we might stream a couple of times today. Obviously from now till whatever time, probably around 4 to 5 o'clock we'll be streaming, so about 4 or 5 hours we'll be doing a stream up in Dune Awakening, and then we will I'll be going off to do the gym and do some other, going to have my dinner, and then I will be streaming in the evening. Again, I'm not too sure exactly at what time in the evening and how long I'll be streaming in the evening, mainly because there's a big UFC fight on tonight. I'm a big Paddy Pimlet fan, with him being a Scousman and stuff. So yeah, I do really want to watch the UFC tonight, so that's not on until much later though, and I'm quite fortunate that I do actually keep quite a close American time zone sleeping pattern. So yeah, that's on at stupid time in the morning for UK people, but I will be kind of doing that later. So today, where I'm at and what I thought I'd stream and let you see what I'm actually doing with regards to the base build is I am going to go out to the deep desert, and I've got loads of stuff that I still need to carry on grinding and get materials for. But with regards to this base at the moment, our actual base, which we're obviously doing the rebuild for, as you can see, I've actually built out virtually most of the second part of the warehouse. So we've now got the warehouse on the right hand side and now the left hand side, with all the large containers built already, because I had plenty of plastatium to build that, mainly because I've got the plastatium to build the large power units, but I can't build the large power units at the moment because I need the complex machinery parts, which are very hard to get hold of. Well, not the complex, the advanced. The complex ones are so easy to get hold of. I've got like way more than I need of them, and I've got no way of like converting them either, because you can also use plastatium plates to convert them into the advanced ones, but I don't have them because they used to be really easy to get hold of, and now they're not. I'm not even sure if they actually drop in ships anymore, but they used to drop regularly in ships. I think they changed the drops and where they drop, and I'm sure when they made changes to Hagar Basin with regards to some teardrops that weren't supposed to drop in certain places, I've got a feeling they may have actually changed where those plates drop as well, because they used to drop in down ships, and I've not seen one in a down ship for I can't even remember when, but I can no longer seem to get hold of them, and I've got a feeling now they're only available in the testing stations in the deep desert, but the ones that are out in the deep desert itself are not on the wall. So yeah, that might be the reason why I've not seen them, because I don't generally do those testing stations because they are very hard to do and take a lot of time to do, and I try to do things the easier way, necessarily not the hardest way. And yeah, unless I'm obviously just doing it because I want to run those testing stations, to do it just for the material that's at the end, isn't necessarily a good use of my time when I'm trying to do this. So I have got another way of getting hold of them. We tried to do it on Thursday, but we weren't able to get hold of a trail that was close to one of the large spice fields. But today we're going to effectively go around all the large spice fields and see if we can pick up a trail. That's my first task for today, to go and do that. I have actually got aluminium cooking at the moment, which is in the large refiner, and that will effectively allow us to build the rest of the small or medium kind of containers. I call them safes because they treat it like a safe. That's why I keep referring to them as a safe, but they are a container. And yeah, pretty much that is everything. One thing I actually do want to do before we go, just trying to think, what might I need? Oh, that's one thing I do need actually. No, cancelling that. So, where to trigger it? Oh, well, actually there is a wave, but yeah, just point at something too far away. Do need to build another compactor because my current compactor is close to rolling out, so I need to build another one. But I actually have enough stuff. I'm half surprised. So this is the improved one, I think. Just sure. It's the Cut-Ray Mark 5. Is that the normal one or the improved? Oh, that's the improved, isn't it? Worm intensity medium high in comparison to the normal one, which yeah. So this is the reason why we do it. Obviously, the power consumption is actually lower as well. Something I haven't really too much notice of, but it doesn't really matter as long as you got a good power supply anyway. But yeah, it's the worm medium intensity that we're actually more interested in, because the one on the actual original is high, and the gather rate as well is medium, where obviously this one's high. So yeah, it's all round better. So this is the one we get from the deep desert in testing stations 1 and 2, or what I call 1 and 2. But there are 6 along the wall in the desert. You can get them from the first 2 that were on the far east side. Build one of these. You obviously, as you can see, I actually have 3 actually here, but you obviously would have to go and get them before you'd be able to build these. I have quite a lot because I at one stage was running a lot of those stations in order to get actually money, because I was running them for thematic coolers, which there used to be a really good market that you could sell them on and make quite a lot of money doing it. And to me, it seemed like the easiest way to actually get money, which would then allow me to buy spice melange and get me a less grindy way of getting a large spice kind of refinery. However, looking back on it now, I don't think it was the best way of doing it. It certainly wasn't the fastest, but it did mean that I was able to get a load of things whilst actually being able to make the money and kind of work my way towards getting that spice refiner. So I suppose I kind of benefited in other ways, but yeah, it certainly wasn't the fastest way of doing it. But it's not always about fast. So today we got some chilled out tunes, just because, well, it's the weekend and I like to chill out during the weekend. Not that I don't like chilling out during the week, but could do with just like relaxing. It's been a manic week, which is why yesterday I just needed a me day or evening. because it wasn't whole day. I was working during the day. If you have any questions, obviously do chat as well. I can't see all the chats that are available today that we're streaming to. Because of my current setup and how I've got things set up, I do have X set up as the main kind of screen that I actually have to record to. Basically, all of the feeds that we feed to generally have their own encoder, but I recently changed that so that X, Facebook and TikTok share the same encoder, so it just takes up less computer resources. So when obviously I went to do today's stream, I've kind of booted up X as if it is streaming. However, it's actually not set up in X, and you normally do have to set up the X stream. So I could be streaming to X and not even know, but it shouldn't actually be going anywhere as such. But if it is, welcome to those on X. I will be sorting out a chat solution for you in the next, well, literally tomorrow. That's one of my tasks tomorrow. I have to have one day set aside just for like literally week to week kind of tasks that I have to do, and that is going to be on a Sunday going forward. So very unlikely to stream on a Sunday now, because that is my chosen day to kind of do all of that stuff. Where Saturday is a day where, like today, I'll try and stream at some point, if not maybe a couple of times, just depending on what's possible. So I'll just quickly get changed for reasons I've said many times before, but effectively it's just to mitigate any possibility of losing decent gear. Getting carried away. Don't know where the other compactor is. Should be around here somewhere. Oh, actually, it might be in the helicopter. I'll leave it in the helicopter. Did leave a cat and array in there though.
Nice tree can't be done.
Probably move that. Don't know where I've put the other compactor. I must have left it back at the base. I think I might have like taken it out for some reason and I just haven't put it back. Actually, I think I know where it is. It's in the, I think it's on the helipad. What we'll do is we'll head out to, first we'll head out to the one that I know, or I'm aware, where there's a large field. But I'm just going to check my intel now to see where the other ones are supposed to be. It's not 100% this, which is not the only reason why I don't use it, but one of the reasons. And I've got to work out where I've put them up. How far off are we? That's gaining a bit of height. One thing I like about a scout is the fact you can pretty much fly it and not have to ever worry about fuel too much. At least until you're having to hover a lot. But if you're just trying to fly around, you can pretty much fly around endlessly with zero fuel. Well, almost zero fuel. You'll need a little bit of fuel to go off the ground, but once you're in the air, you're pretty much not using any fuel, so you can go out for long periods in a scout or in a copter. And the only other thing you'll need to worry about is literally the damage that you're taking whilst you're flying, because there's durability that you have to look at, but other than durability, ED map. Who's this? Oh, there's only 2. Oh no, there's 3. So there's the one we're going to now. Oh, I didn't realise the wheel. I didn't put us at the right angle, so we just lost a ton of altitude, because effectively you have to go at a certain speed so that you have an optimized period of which you can kind of glide up. And if you're not at that optimized thing, you'll lose too much speed, and if you then lose too much speed, you'll drop faster. So we weren't going very fast, and we were also losing tons of altitude at the same time. Super easy. As long as you've got still plenty of height left, it's so easy to recover height. Again, still not using any fuel. This is I can see why they called it the eagle mode, because it literally is. We are doing exactly what bird of preys do, which is gliding around, not flapping much. And just eagles would use what are referred to as, I think it's in the back of my mind. I don't know the word, but I can't think what it is properly. Effectively, you get hot air zones where you get kind of upward winds that create drafts. There is a proper term for it, but yeah. Well, there's a medium spice fuel that's just blown. We are on an American server, so Americans will only just be waking up now. We're also on a server that's very quiet before the server moves, and I'm not sure how many people would have actually moved on that server move, but I would imagine most people will be now flocking towards the busier servers like Harmony, which I will be moving to, but I want to finish the build thought I'll hack a base in before I make the move, just because when I do move to Harmony, then coming into the desert is not going to be as free as I'm doing right now, where I can just go out to the PvP areas and not have to be too concerned with anything. Harmony's still American time zone, so I'll still be able to take advantage of the time differences, which is the original reason why I actually went onto the American server to start with. That, and I have quite a lot of American friends who play EVE Online, and they're the ones that actually chose the server, not me. So I just joined them, and then the rest is history, I guess. But effectively, none of them play anymore. So we are solo by ourselves until we get to Harmony, and then we're meeting up with some people. Away from that wall. Get rid of those. My work computers. So how's my monitor a bit more optimized, and then also been able to optimize my iPad, which I also have stuff on, which just load of heat. That's the height, although we're losing the height anyway, so I'll regain that. I need to head to the northwest a bit now, because it was pretty much north from where we were, but it's actually in grid 6, not grid 7, and my base is in grid 7. Not sure how far away we are from that wall. I do need to check that in a second. Probably right now, actually, because I'm pretty sure we're very close to it. Yeah, we are pretty close to it. I think we'll head west now. We should see it. Actually, there it is. There's the large spice field. See it just there, the edge of it. The higher you are, the easier it is they are to spot. We're not very high at the moment, so not as high as I like to be. I didn't bring a scanner with me either. I knew there's something I forgot. I had a quick gander around before going into this, but so what I'm looking out for is I'm looking out for a marker when I scan, because effectively what I'm trying to pick up is a trace. There's a trace. Okay, so effectively what we're going to do now is we're now going to start following these around. Now, well, while we're next to the actual large spice field, I've previously found that you have a very good strong chance of getting these advanced components. Obviously it's still not guaranteed, but I found last time that someone's actual advice that finding a trail of these treasure hunting kind of markers that we're now gonna go after, that you can get these complex industrial parts from. Not complex, I keep saying complex, but it's advanced. So far we're not seeing any, but doesn't mean to say that we won't pick up a trail of them. So once you find a trail, effectively this trail can go on for ages, but the closer we are to the actual large spice field, the more chance we have of these complex ones being near. Or not complex, the advanced ones. So far, we've not seen one, but... And last time I seen loads while I was by here, but then as soon as I came away from the large spice field, they seem to dry up. So it may be just that they're part of a line that's near the field, and there's more there. So bit of a case sometimes of just continuously scanning. And as you can tell, I've kind of, because I don't actually have the hand scanner with me, which I should have bought, but I've kind of forgot to pick it up. I kind of scan it with my ornithopter, and then put my ornithopter's sort of nose pointing towards it, so that when I get out, I kind of like know roughly where I need to still sap it, because when I'm using the sound compressor, it has no scanning ability, so I'm literally having to remember where, or kind of feel out where it is. So I try to position the ornithopter kind of like roughly pointing towards it, so I've got a good guesstimate of where I need to fire it, because if you're off and you're not close enough, you won't effectively get it. You do need to point and hit pretty close to where you're actually, or where it is, because if you don't, you could literally just be very close to it and it won't actually pop up. You do, there is like the margin of error is quite small. So I found this technique is kind of my most reliable way of doing it. Although it's a lot easier when you do have the handheld one, because as I found last time, I was probably out of practice, but I was struggling quite a bit with this technique. I've relied a hell of a lot more on the scanner than I had done in the past, but this does also use up durability as well when we're scanning, and I didn't repair this before we came out, so I'm just hoping it'll last long enough to at least do this trail. Any scrap. So what I try and do with this is I just look at the heaviest items, and then I'll try and store them away, or what will end up maybe sometimes being the heaviest items. It's always hard to judge what will definitely be. Like those will be, because we'll get them all the time. These you can only get from actually doing treasure hunting. I actually haven't found the true purpose of what they're actually used for as such. You kind of get by sand's going to be heavy over time, and so will they be. Here, a sandworm. Why? I'm not even doing anything that should disturb you too much. Continues. So far we've got not none of the things that I'm after, but hopefully, come on, be nice. And this is the problem when we don't have the handheld scanner, because now I'll go back in this and scan again. Buggy. I know it's there because literally we scanned it and we were right on top of it. I think that's going out that way, so we'll go to this one first. One or two ways. Where do you go? We're literally getting things that I've never seen treasure hunting before. Like probes. Why do I want a probe launcher? I'm gonna put a marker there just so I know where to come back to, because this trail seems to be splitting in two ways, so I just want to know how, so that when I get to the end of this trail I can come back to that marker and I know if I scan near it I should be able to pick up the trail again from where it's going the other direction. Going like all over the place. There's a marker down here, but there's also a marker back there. I know one of the biggest disadvantages of being in this, the Scout Ornithopter when you're doing this, is the fact that you don't have huge amounts of storage and you have less slots as well. So you will get to a point where you just have to kind of decide what you want to keep and what you want to dump. This is why you always remember to bring a hand scanner with you. Dean. Markers there. I thought I seen one closer than those markers though. Markers there. I'll also need to keep an eye on that fuel as well, because I didn't bring any fuel out with me. It's starting to feel like a bit of a fail, because I'm not getting what I want, and I've also forgot to bring some things with us before we came out. Like the game knows what I'm after and doesn't want to play with me. I'll make sure you work for it. You've got one. That's one I'm after. The advanced machinery. Yes. We might be on the advanced trail now. Finally. And I'm almost about to run out of fuel. Give me more markers. Oh, it's not like that. Hey. So you want that over there. What we've got, let's put that in there. We do lose our helicopter. You normally do get the stuff that's in it covered, so well, at least that's one of my experiences of losing an helicopter. I don't know whether that applies to every time you lose an helicopter, but it certainly does if it happens in a chronicles event. So that's my go-to of why I'm doing that. Certain items it's just way more than others, so that's kind of like what I'm just quickly scanning through now, just to see if there's anything obviously very heavy that I'm carrying. 1.6 compared to 4.8. I am also very aware as well, my fuel is very low. I think we do these two and then we'll have to go back. Get a handheld scanner and fuel cells over there. Oh, and another advanced. That's what I'm after. The advanced machinery parts. Complete guess if it was there. I know it was like somewhere off, but I think it's way further over. Trying to save myself some fuel. Oh, there it is. I need like 40 of the damn things just to do another. I need like loads of these advanced machinery things, and they are so hard to get hold of. We are now on hardly any fuel, so hopefully I've got enough just to get in the air. Now we need to fly back to our base. Because I have next to no fuel, so I'll need to make sure I don't need to re-land. But we'll come back, we'll get some fuel, we'll get a handheld scanner, which will just make things way easier when we're on the ground. We'll do some repairs to the scout on the cockpit as well, so that it's as healthy as it can be. Yeah, you generally don't want to kind of go push it the limits as much as I do with regards to leaving your fuel as low as I have done, but I'm pretty like confident in what I'm doing, so I'm not too concerned by it. My only real concern is that I can get my own copter off the ground initially. Well, I just about kept enough fuel for that, so I definitely would not recommend doing what I just did. Making sure you always have a fuel cell with you. Although it does take up another slot, so although I could have took my ammo out and swapped it for that, because obviously I don't need any ammo anyway. And there's a sandstorm. It's 3 minutes away. I will be out of this sector by then. Hopefully it's not humongous. Most of the storms actually here they will go across a lot of grids, but you'll just have to kind of like work out where it's coming from. When it's like about a minute, 2 minutes away, you should see it in its far distance. So then you'll be able to gauge whether or not you'll miss it or not. You don't really want to be in the sky when it's going off. Not even gliding, because your helicopter will take damage. Not like a huge amount, but more so in the deep desert than what you're doing in Hager Basin.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
So it must be still in its wake, because that warning would have disappeared if it wasn't coming across this sector as well. There's our other large one, so, and that's just blown as well. Oh, that if we had a crawler now, I'd love to come out and do that. That'd be great to get tons of spice melt ones easy. Oh, and there's the oh dear, this could be a bit tight. We're literally about halfway across. seems to be like heading towards us almost. So rather than going straight across the desert, it literally looks like it's kind of actually going a bit downwards towards where I'm trying to go to.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm aware. Not much I could do. Oh, it is literally heading towards it. If I'd stayed north, it would have been more likely not to hit it. I think this is gonna probably, I'm either just gonna miss it or it's gonna come for me. Actually, I might miss it. I think it might be just going behind us. Yeah, I reckon we'll miss it. I think we're going just fast enough in a far enough away direction that's gonna miss us. Yeah, it looks like it's going behind us now. We're good. They look quite daunting. They are very big in the deep desert, and you normally get an 8-minute warning as well, which is where when I say 3 minutes, I've obviously crossed a sector where you would have had warnings 8 minutes ago, or at least 5 minutes before we got that warning. But obviously, when you're crossing sectors, you don't know whether or not there's going to be a sandstorm crossing that sector until you're in the sector, when you then start to get the warnings. I have got batteries here. They'll be in this. The big container. Christ. Normally I find it so hard trying to get hold of those pentashell things, and when I don't want it, I'm just trying to access a container, I access it. Load things a bit faster. The stuff I've already got in here. Just I don't want to keep. You end up getting when you're actually doing any of this, and even when you're doing like downships, you'll always end up getting these types of things that are not things you generally want to keep. Like, you can shred them and get the components from them, or a component from them, the rarest normally component that makes that item, but I don't have a shredder here and I'm not going to make one just to, well, actually I could do, I guess. I suppose it does feel like a bit of a waste of resources. Maybe I should. Well, I dropped that stuff and it seems to have like got underneath, I think, the container. How weird is that? If you drop anything on the container, it's just going to literally walk through it, is it? Can't even see underneath. Gone into the ethos of nowhere. Weird. Probably can actually make a shredder actually though. Probably should do this. The stuff at least I bring back here. Copper. Alright, I don't have any copper. Oh well, we're not doing it. Well, I must have every other amount of copper. Well, I don't ever need copper. I couldn't have ever envisioned needing it, but maybe that's why you still need it. Even high level. Because we will do some more spice mining. The spice that we actually got the other day, I did end up taking back to Hager Basin, and I put 2 runs on because I had enough from the last time that I did it previously before that. Combined with what we got the other day, meant I was able to put 2 runs on. So, and I was going back there anyway, so I just took the salt water copper back rather than one of the other ones. Take that. I think all the batteries must be in my buggy. I hope they're in one of my vehicles somewhere. I even got a body here for some reason. I think it's like when I was bringing something back the other day. I always end up bringing stuff out here that I don't tend to necessarily bring out here, and then you end up with stuff out here that you've just brought out here because you've left it in your pocket, sort of thing. I'm gonna ditch them because I have like too many of those things. That's good. That's ditched. That will learn. Crude water tubing. Down. So all that stuff we'll get rid of. That will obviously kill off. One cut through it. But I'm gonna let it do empty again. is empty. I made like ton. Oh, actually, I made a ton of them, and I've just realised I actually used most of them. We're gonna need to go back to Hacker Basin. %. 68%. No organisation to this one at all. Going to move some of the stuff out that shouldn't necessarily be in this box. I've kept these for rare components that you'll get off it. Other than that, and this is what we got when we were doing a run. Probably for about a couple of weeks, we were hitting a set of about 3 or 4 testing stations where you could get this rare blueprint that you can only get in PvP areas. But when the game first came out, they made it available to drop in some other places which they hadn't intended to, but they then obviously patched. So before they did that, I went out and got as many as I could. But I got them as an investment because I just thought, well, I can probably sell them down the line when they become super rare and people still want them, and sell them and get money for them. Personally, I used to love handheld ones, but I've now formed the opinion that the buggy is the best way of doing most stuff that you do with cut and array, so I don't generally use them. I use them mostly now for a couple of things, but nothing that would want me to have the best efficiency for doing it. The efficiency of that is very much like the compactor Mark V. If you've got a real purpose that you can use it for, like you can do with the compactor, where obviously you can harvest spice and cause less worm aggro. Well, the cutting array is not like less worm aggro, but it certainly got better efficiency at each node. So if you're looking for efficiency whilst you're doing harvesting or mining for metal, then that's where your cut array comes in. But if you're using a buggy to do it, or for at least most of your stuff, then that's why that, for me, I don't really now see the value in having or using it myself. I only need to debate whether I'm actually going to make it and sell it as a completely made, or whether I sell it as a blueprint. Just depends really on where the better money is. Minus materials, obviously, because obviously it would obviously be more expensive to get to like sell it as a complete build, but it's just whether or not there's actually enough money in it that makes it worth it selling it built, or whether it's easier just to sell it as a blueprint because it's not that much markup difference. Quick check at something. X was streaming, because it is being sent a feed. Just that because it doesn't know what to do with that feed, it shouldn't do anything. I just wanted to make sure, see whether it actually was just doing nothing or whether or not it had actually connected. Because both Facebook and X require you to set up a feed and a schedule and everything to say you want to go live. TikTok is actually quite similar in some ways, but if like it is and it isn't, like there is a way that you can just boot up, but not for the solution I'm using. So I'm having to use a third party to boot up the TikTok, but it's still easier and doesn't require me to fill out much. I can literally save everything and then just say I want to start a feed, and then I just copy and paste a key and something else into something, and it'll then get boot up. But with X, I'd have to set up the whole schedule. There's no blueprint or anything to work off. So, and this is the same with Facebook as well. You'd have to set up something very specific to boot it up. And not to say that I don't have to do it off YouTube, but YouTube is the main one, so I don't mind doing it for one, but I'm not doing it for every single thing that I want to just set up a stream for. So this is why we only stream to certain ones on the unscheduled ones. It's just because I just don't have the capacity to spend ages setting everything up just to do a random stream. Timing's almost done. My water in this base should be passively building, but I actually do have a couple of death stills on as well, so I'll just get the final 2 bodies and get them in, because that should be finished. The last one. Water. Won't last long though. Got plenty of water for now, until I put Plastati on or something like that. Oh, and you noticed I've actually started to organise the warehouse. Pretty sure I've got an advanced one in Elite Desert, but I can't remember 100% sure whether I have or haven't. So I'm just going to take one of my backup ones just in case it isn't out there. Fuel first. Make more when we get back later. So I've got fuel. Oh, I'll need some wire as well. Go make some.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'll also take a spare welder for us as well, just in case.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Sandstorms approaching. Always hard sandstorms. We've got scanner, loads of batteries, loads of welding wire, spare welder. I think that's everything. It probably won't be. There's always someone I end up thinking, oh yeah, I could have got that. Oh wait.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
One minute away. I reckon we can get out. Hits. Peace. Chased by the storm. The reason the map doesn't register the fact that if you like do go look north or west or east or south, it will only look north, south, east or west. You can't do kind of northwest direction, so it's actually quite annoying when you're trying to use the large map. You can zoom out slightly, but you can't zoom right out, so annoyingly. This is one of the reasons why I used to struggle before we had the container, because I'd end up doing what I've just done now, going back to Hagar Basin, bringing stuff back. But I would do that. I do that like several times, even during one day. And you don't realise over time, when you come to do this at the end of the week, when you're trying to take everything back to Hagar Basin, just how much you've actually brought back in these small little trips. And then you then got to try and get it all back. So you end up having like a load more trips than you were expecting to try and get all your stuff back out of the deep desert. It's obviously not an issue anymore, but they were the troubles you had to deal with. Oh wow, that I was expected to still have some battery left to do the rest. At least it's almost full. This is why I come up with these batteries thing and then forget how many batteries I end up using to refill things. I think, yeah, I've still got plenty of batteries, and yeah, maybe not. Cool. Listen, I'll be full. Did that even do anything? That didn't have anything in it, did it? I was just going to see if there's if I'd left anything in it, but I just remember I'd looked before. This is full. How much fuel do I have left? 2.5. Oh well. It is what it is. At least everything is full right now. Apart from the one I've got stored in my ship recovery tool. That is just for backup in case we run out of fuel in this one. That's like one of the things I kind of didn't mention, but yeah, I always tried to carry a spare ornithopter other than the one I'm actually using, just as a backup. But obviously I didn't bring, or I normally try and keep one ornithopter back in Hagar Basin, but at the moment we've got everything here. That's not what I missed. Well done. Doing this. Let's go repair the buggy. On buggies in like other ground vehicles, the thing that most goes are these tyres. Like the lower the tier, the faster they wear out. They've got better durability on the higher tier ones, but when you've got like low tier ones, like these are only low. They're only Mark 3 these, so these are pretty much I think the lowest. I think they start. I think the buggy starts at Mark 3, so these might be the lowest. Like I've not really bothered about the tyres so much. or like the engine, because that's what gives you the speed. Right, we'll leave that for now. So we'll carry these as spares with us, but yeah, we'll stay as empty as we can because we're now going to go out and continue where we left off and carry on treasure hunting, hopefully get loads more. Actually, did I empty this? I don't actually remember emptying this. I didn't empty the helicopter. Yeah, we need to get like hopefully a load more of the advanced industrial machinery parts like these. This is what I need the most at the moment. This is the whole reason why I'm doing the actual hunting at the moment. It's because it's these that I need the most. Take all. So far we've got 10, but I need like a couple of hundred would be nice, but desperately I need at least another 40 for now, so that I can build the next big power generator for the Haga Basin base. But I also need to build, I need to build actually 3 of those big generators in total to give tons of headroom for power requirements in Haga Basin, but to just fulfill general use of the base, we definitely need another large power unit. So from a stance of like what we actually need to actually run the base efficiently, we definitely need 1 large power unit, but ideally we need like 3 more. And obviously at the moment I've only got 1 large one, which I can turn on and off. And when I even have the other ones, they won't be kept on permanently. I'll always fall back to just the bottom tier power generation units, just because they're just zero effort to have to get any resources or rare resources for. Where when you start using the large one, and that there's more to it. So generally, they're very efficient to run when you need to use or have large power requirements, but there's no need to keep all your resources in your base running just for the sake of like them running. You may just turn them off, and then when you're online, turn them on, and then turn on the big power supply. Pretty much like you could always have your lights on in the house, but do you keep your lights on during the day? You don't. You only turn them on when you need them at night. And this is the same principle, really. Why waste? Oh, actually, I keep. We will go at some point. I've just realised I didn't see if I could find the large hand scanner, which I'm pretty sure is in this container. It's somewhere around because somewhere, but not here. I wonder if it's in that box on my main helipad, my airport back at Haga Basin. Must be. It's the only box that I've not properly organised. Oh, and it's lucky actually we did come back because I put that there. That shouldn't be there. we've got a handheld scanner. That's the main thing. The advantage of the one I purposely built for doing this is it's got much longer distance. So I think this one only does like 100 yards, where the other one does like 250. So it's more than double the scanning distance, which technically I shouldn't really need because I'm doing the main scan with the actual ornithopter, so shouldn't really require, but it's just nice to have something where I could just point in a direction with the handheld scanner, and because it had such a good distance I can just automatically know which direction I would want to go into next if I didn't already know from when I was scanning in the sky. Where the one I've got now, its distance is so small that generally speaking it helps you find stuff when you're on the ground, where you kind of already have an idea where it is, and you just want it, if you need to reconfirm it rather than get back in your helicopter to confirm. But it's not good if you need to, you know, find a new trail where the other one is, because it has a good scan distance. Now we need to get back up. Oh, and I've just remembered actually, because we left the deep desert earlier, we're not going to have that marker that I placed down. But I reckon it would have been about there, because that's where we diverted away. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. When you leave the deep desert, any markers you place down are only temporary markers. So when you come back into the deep desert, if you place the marker down, you won't have that marker anymore when you come back in the deep desert. We'll head up anyway. There was another spice field obviously that populated when we went past the large spice field, so I might have a quick gander around that and see if we can pick up any trails around that. Find it. I'm pretty sure it was like north of where the base was, which is why I was more surprised when I seen it. It's like, I went past this the other day and don't remember seeing one, but there it is there. Just to our left a little bit. Pick up any trails. There's a trail. Another blowout that you just seen that little thing go past. thought. There's the trail. Is it on this side or the other side? I think it's the other side. Where are you? Oh god. Closer than I was expecting. I swear it looked further out than that. Just follow the trail. Hopefully the trail leads us to plenty more advanced components or machinery. Advanced machinery. Trail continues ahead. That's what I like to see. What I don't like to see is when you start seeing it split. You have to make a choice. Which way are we going to go? Which trail? Kind of like which ones we'll get loads of them, so that's definitely going to be a heavy item over time. Like some of those items are so rare you'll hardly get any more of them. Like the titanium, like you don't really get that much of it, but if you got enough of it, it's really heavy. So, but I would probably drop it just because we're not out for titanium, so it's probably one of those items I would, if push came to the shove, be one of the first items I got. I made space for someone else. Along with like some of the crap that you pick up along the way as well, but really just is not worth picking up, but it's just for the simpleness of it. Just pick it up and then sort it out later. The other one looked very close to where we already were. Esports back to the field. I am always a bit nervous about being so close to what is the highest, most precious resource in the game. Just because this is what's attracting other players towards it. We're in a PvP area, and I'm not really set up for any PvP engagement. I'm out here literally to try and get some components. So I'm balancing risk and reward here. Well, I am doing it in American time. Well, a European time zone more than American. Like East Coast America will still be fast asleep by now. It's only West Coast that'll be. Well, actually no, East Coast will be awake, but West Coast won't be. So we're not fully in American time zone at the moment, where players will be jumping in the game. Those that don't sleep. All that spice melange. Oh, if only I had a crawler. If I had a crawler, I would be very tempted to come out and do that. Because of the time we're in and stuff, it's actually untouched field. Come out there in a crawler, do a couple runs, end up with about enough to probably do. Well, depending on how long it'll take, but from what I understand, it doesn't take that long to do or fill a crawler on one of the large spice fields. So you could probably do that whole field in probably about an hour, and you'll end up with about, I don't know how much you actually get from that, but I'd say based on the size of it and how much you get from medium, I'd say you'd at least get about 80,000 spice melange. Well, not spice melange, spice sand, which would then allow you to make spice melange. I haven't prioritized making a sand crawler though, so it's in my plans down the line. Like, I'm not in a rush. Not for one of them. As a soloist, like, using a spice crawler is a risk. It's rarely, like, you want a group of you, like, to do it rarely. Get rid of tons of stuff probably. That's a Mark 5, but it's actually got some very low durability on that, so that's actually a pretty good thing to keep. That's also got low durability as well. That might be something good to keep. All of these are actually pretty good. Like, that's not, get rid of that. And that. Get that as well. Probably that. Definitely them, because I don't ever know what to do with those things. far too easy to get. The trail continues. Now we will eventually get to the end of these trails, and then it's this case then of picking up a new trail, but we'll always, today at least, be going back to this large spice field to try and find the trails near the large spice fields, because that's most likely where we're going to get these advanced machinery parts. Very high actually. Thinking them, but maybe not them. 2.8. I don't think we're carrying anything that's actually very heavy. We'll need to keep an eye on that, because the problem with this is we will just end up running out of slots more than weight. But if you do start going to do any down ships, the one thing that you will always have to keep an eye out for is the scrap metal that you'll be picking up, and then just drop. Remember to drop it, because it will take up time. Wow, did we just get a sand bike seat? Mark 1 sand bike seat. Randomest thing to pick up. You do get all sorts from their treasure hunting. Spice fields just below. Our trail. To do that. This also has a really small cone in comparison to the improved one, which has better distance but also has a better search zone, or cone should I say. So it's got a wider arc of view that you can see from. This one's like so narrow. think I might actually have to drop them. Too much space. I'm drop them for now, but they are getting good. They're taking up vital slots. Why would I need a Mark 1 bike seat? I was spitting too. I was hoping this would be just one off, but there's like more going off around there. Oh, and this has an advanced. Even better. Even better. Hopefully this is the trail of advanced machinery parts. Trail balance there. Oh, I see two. Oh, there is another one over there. Oh, beep. Little desert mouse. Other marker gone. Right over it. I swear there was another marker up here somewhere. Seem to have lost it. Well, there was the trail split down here, so there should be markers further down. I lost it all. Seem to have lost the trail now. One thing with these, when you scan them, even if you do scan them, they won't show on your map. So it's a case of, if you lose the trail, well, probably need to find another one. I think that's what we're going to have to do. I don't know where the trail's gone now. We seem to have lost. I thought I could come back onto what I thought was a diversion trail, but looks like I've lost both of them now. So let's go up to the second. Is that downship? The dune. That's just a dune. I thought it was a downship. If there's any trails near this. It feels like some of the rarer resources are closer to like where you would expect player activity, and they've probably done that on purpose, like everything you do on purpose, because then it increases risk. So it's to try then give risk reward ratio type stuff a chance to play out. So this might be a good place if we can get a trail off this. There's also not only the actual down ship, but there's actually a contested landrad thing there as well. But I can't see no markers, so maybe not. We'll continue north. Find where that other large spice field was, then we head east of it. Hopefully we can pick up one of the trails that we were on before. So far I've got 20 of the advanced machinery parts today. We've got 10 on the first run. So far I think we've got 10 on us. Got 9 on us. So I just need another 21. I'll tell you what, so many of the large like end tier things require those advanced machinery things. Makes it hard when you're trying to build things at large scale, because they're not easy to get hold of. Pretty much near the end, and there is the spice field there actually. Somehow I didn't notice it, but now I have. Quick scan to make sure there's nothing following us. Landed on it. What stuff in it? Get rid of some of these things that they're really easy to get elsewhere, so we'll keep that because that's processed and that's agreed to have processed stuff. There's some of these other items, like even carbon paste I could get rid of, but I'll try and keep hold of that one unless we really get desperate and have something valuable to keep. These though, I think I'm gonna get rid of these. I actually want to get rid of that as well. Get rid of that and that. They're like things that you get everywhere. You almost got rid of something I didn't want to get rid of. These are more valuable than the statium that's processed, so we'll pick up them. Drop the statium, and hopefully we're on a trail, and they're not just the random ones I somehow missed last time. The trail did split at some point, which is what I was trying to see if I could pick up. Which I'm hoping is what we've picked up now. You get to a point where you just can't pick things up because you got too many things. We'll get rid of the first one. I don't want those two, only because I can get them easy enough elsewhere. didn't really want to pick that up, but I'm happy with that. Dump the stuff you don't want, keep the stuff you do. Yes, more advanced machinery parts. It's what I like to see. Now we just need one more and we can finally put in the second large power unit into the base. We're just like too short now. Bye bye you and you. All like this unprocessed stuff. We can get on the wall easy enough, so like no reason to have it from this. Stuff that I'm prioritizing over is stuff that, generally speaking, there are only certain places you get it from. Some of it, like flower sand, we could get that in Hanger Basin, but not as easy as we used to be able to get it, where we didn't even have to take any risk. Now you do have to take a little bit of risk, so if you're doing things like this and where you're picking it up anyway, you may as well just like pick it up when you can in small amounts, and it just helps you gain a little bit back from the stuff that you're using. Like I've still got a good stockpile, or a reasonable stockpile. It's way smaller than it was, but one thing I would like to find out is whether or not you can use a crawler to do like non-spice stuff. Whether you could do it to get like flower sand, that'd be pretty cool. You probably can't, but when I get one of the first things I'm going to do is to see whether you can actually get flower sand using it. That might be the end of the trail. Now, before we had to go back, we were this direction. Look what I found. A new trail. Or the trail that we had left off before. It's hard to tell because I didn't know exactly where that one was, but I had a rough idea where it is. East of the large spice field, which is what we were at. I can stay there, I'm not interested in them. Pretty sure I picked up something I'd rather not. I didn't need them. Get them almost anywhere, and I got like a stockpile of them. Literally a whole like 2 stacks of them. Really don't need them. All these advanced ones though, I'll prioritize over the stuff that you get more easier. That's the end. Was it just a couple of random ones that I might have missed previously? Got a feeling there will be more this way, only because it was in this general area that we were in when we were following that other trail. There's one down there. One there. I'm not sure if this is the trail or it's just random ones I left behind last time. I have a feeling it's the latter. Although, maybe there is a trail. Picking them up. Like, one of the most common things you can pick up in places that you don't necessarily want to pick them up. Them and these. Looks like we are on a trail, which I'm happy. Makes life easier following a trail of these. Or is that what we dropped before? That's what we dropped before. However, oh, that's another one we dropped before as well. Oh. Getting excited about my own stuff. Now I think we might have picked up a trail. Yeah, because there's like 3 and they're all leading somewhere. Not necessarily anywhere, but to more of them. So it's like a guarantee you end up picking stuff up that's just like you really don't want. I don't really need these if I'm honest, but they're consistent, you get enough of them. And they're worth more than the stuff I'm dropping. Runs out. Sometimes it's a bit of a guess as to where it might be. Like if it's heading in a particular direction, then best educated guess would be that it's going to, if you try just a little bit further on than where you could scan, then you might pick it up just a little bit further away than where your scan's picking it up. But if you completely lose the trail, yeah, you might not have much of a chance of picking it back up, but might be just a little bit of probing around in a circle and you might pick it back up. Like this one here appears to be heading in this direction, so I'm just gonna like keep heading in this direction because it seems like the way to go. There's a marker down there, but there's a marker up here. I swear I've seen one. Oh, it's down there. Look like I'm missing one down there, so I'm assuming this is the continuation. This is why you can quite easily lose the trail, because it's not always clear which way the trail is definitely going. Like I could have missed one in between that could show that this is going in a different direction, but to me now this has gone up, round, and it could be going that way now. But I could have missed it and it could have actually gone that way and then come back round and it's now continuing to go that way. It's can be a bit of a complete guess, and then you could quite easily just your whole trail will go cold and you won't know which way to go. But we're on it at the moment. I've got one to my right, and then hopefully, actually, there's one down there in the valley as well. So maybe we're still on something. Although I've got such a strong feeling I've just missed middle marker, and this, we should be going that way, not this way, but we've just missed the connecting ones, because this is literally going back to where we were. It goes quite quiet now, then I think that's what's happened. I've missed the connector somewhere, because we were around there and we come around here and then we did all these ones. So I've got a feeling this is heading this way, maybe. Got before, isn't it? So there can be some advantages to dropping stuff. If this is continuing now, I'd say we should see something maybe off this. Although did we have something on the top of here? Always now a thing again. keep an eye on my fuel level. Lost the trail though. Head towards that spice field and see if we can see anything on the way. Maybe I might pick something up. If I'm really lucky, get the things I'm after. The one thing I haven't actually seen, which I got told you could. Oh, actually, there's a nice. Keep an eye out for any worms. Because this has been a while. This has been here a while. It's not flaming or anything, so I'd say that there's a big chance a sandworm will be coming to eat this very shortly. But there's no aggro around, so looks safe. Yeah, there's no aggro. We'll have to quickly do this. We can get the advanced things from here as well. But the thing that we do get from this, which I hate, is the you'll always get loads of scrap from these. I have tons of those advanced Sovox things, the thing I just left in there. Which is why I'm not going to try and make room for them by getting rid of anything else, because I've just got 2 full stacks of them, 500 of them back at Hagar Basin. Oh, blueprints. Now I'll always make room for them, because these would be tier 6 blueprints. So what do we get rid of? Ship manifests, don't really need. Get them so they're like paper, very easy to get hold of. This and like diamond, they can be quite awkward to get, although you can get them easy enough in Hagar Basin. It's just that there's only one area that you can get them from, so that if you do get them, they are kind of like one of the things that you can get and say, well, it's kind of worth picking up. Face any of these, I don't. Always when you are around one of these ships as well, make sure that you keep an eye out or hear out as well for a sandworm coming, because these things attract sandworms and the sandworms will come and eat them at some point, so you definitely do not want to be around when it does. I've got a little trick for this, because the ones on this side can be a bit tricky, so I tend to try and park the ornithopter as close as I can to it and then use the ornithopter to as a bit of height towards getting on it. Can do it from above as well, but it's just a bit awkward. Oh crap. That's what you want to keep an eye out for. I think there's a large, I think there's an advanced Servoc in there as well. I don't know now. I'm gonna have to watch the replay, but I'm pretty sure I just seen an advanced machinery parts in there as well. Oh, that's annoying. So this is what happens. This is what you this is where you don't want to be. And why you want to be very careful when you go in and when you spot one, because if you land on it and that happens, you're dead. So yes. Oh, I actually want to check the replay to see whether or not that was. I'm pretty sure I spotted.
I'm eating through my fuel, but I just want to see whether or not I did actually just miss the one thing I was after, and I very rarely see in downships.
No, it was complex. They look very similar. It was just when you're glancing at it so fast, it does look like it was the same thing, but it was only advanced. So, not advanced. It was only complex, which I am more than happy to have left complex ones in there. But if there had been advanced ones, I would have just cried now. Mix up the tunes a little bit and change them. I don't have a huge amount of fuel, but if we see anything along the way, I found that most spice fields do tend to have trails next to, so they are a good, if you're never too sure where you pick up one of these treasure like paths where you can find one after another, then finding one of the spice fields can sometimes help you find the start of a trail, or at least a trail that intersects with it. So high up that it's almost pointless scanning at this height. Not sure what sector we're in. Just have a look at the map. F7. Alright, okay. So I just want to head south then. That's pretty much what I'm doing. We'll head back. I don't think... Oh, I'm pretty sure we don't have enough to make the power generation unit that I want. What we need to build. I only got 9 from the last run. I think we've got 18 in our Warnocopter. Yeah. So I'm going to be about 3 short. Doesn't matter how many short is. If you're short, you can't make. At the moment, I can't make. Ooh. Another down ship. It looks like it's in PvE. And it's been down for a while. Because again, when these come first down, there'll be loads of smoke and fire coming off them. because there isn't on this, means that it's been down for a while. So the longer it's down, basically the less time you'll have, like last time, to get whatever's here before a worm comes along. That's what I seen last time. So that's just a complex. We're not really interested in complex. Like all those items I'm really not interested in, if I'm honest. Blueprints, we're definitely interested in blueprints, and you normally get a good chance of getting blueprints from one of normally the side containers. Have a ton of scrap. The scrap. It's the only thing with these. Complex machining parts, not interested in that, or that. I have loads of those. Back at the basin. I do sell, like, if I'm doing this and I was just doing down ships, I'd pick it up because there's a possibility I could sell it on the player market. But generally speaking, complex, no, that's half useful, that's definitely useful. Oh, that, definitely get rid of that. The rest of the stuff's not very good, but no blueprints in that one. But there's always a chance. It's always good. Like, I would always go to the down ships, even if you're not going to pick anything else up, just to check to see if you get a blueprint out of it, because there's a worm coming to eat that. Just in time. So far I found 2 down ships. That's not bad, considering I'm not hunting them. Oh my god, there's another one. That has 0 flames on that one. Well, that must be literally minutes out from a worm coming for it. At least the other one had like something on it. That literally has like 0. Oh no, it does have a little bit of something. Okay, let's quickly see whether or not we can get anything useful from it. Dump some of this stuff in my own helicopter.
X. That, they're useful. That's useful. That. I'd like to pick up them too, but the spice melange I'll pick up. Just need to make room for it. Drop. Work out what I can drop that I don't want to not drop. Oh, this is the point where sometimes you get to a point. I'm just going to drop Solari. Don't really, like, I've got millions of Solari, so I'm not really too bothered. It's only pocket change that. Back up. See if we can get in this. Oh my god, that's like ridiculously high up. We're only going to get to that above. Oh. Try not to use my suspenders belt too much because it has a ridiculous amount of worm aggro. No! Christ's sakes. That did not work. Wow. How much time am I going to spend doing this? And I'm almost dead from dropping so many times from a high distance. That's it, I'm going. Bugger it, I'm not doing it. Definitely not doing it now. And how much time here messing around. I've almost killed myself, and there's the sun when it's turned up. Some of them are like so hard to get to when it's like that. Because the edge is not necessarily the edge, so it's just tricky trying to get to it. When it's on an angle and it's like, it's so high and it's on a dune in a way that's just makes it near. So hard to get to. It's probably one of those, like that'll probably have the item I want in it, just because it's like so awkward to get to. Or it could just have complete crap in it. Who knows? No one knows now because it's going to go into the worm's belly.
I'm aware I'm on fumes, but I don't really need much fuel, or any. As long as they don't need to land. So annoying being so close to having the final components you need to make something, but being short by like 1 item or 2 items. It's like worse than when you have none of it, because it feels like you're further away rather than closer. If we find another cat, then we'll pretty much, well, we will definitely have enough, because you seem to get them in batches of 9, so that's a shell buster, which is scattergun. Tier 6 scattergun. Light dart. I don't use light darts, but and I've got one of these already. Probably actually, I think it's one of those items I've got like probably 3 or 4 of them. The scattergun one I don't think I already have. Move this is like our transition point. We'll move them to here and then we'll move them from here into... I still end up bringing back complex bloody machinery parts. It's one of those items when you're at low level, you're really after them, and then you get to a certain point, and then all of a sudden it switches from them to advanced, and then the advanced ones are the really hard ones to get. Way harder than even them. I just think that can go. These are what we need for our large power unit. So these are really good that we got these while we're actually going around, because that just means that we don't have to go to the big crash ships, because you're guaranteed, well, pretty much guaranteed, but never guaranteed, but you can get these from any of the big, large, permanently down ships. When you go through them, usually you'll find them in the very last loot room or the very first loot room if it's a very small one. probably not doing this the fastest way of putting them in this box. I just thought I should have actually just kept them all in and fast dropped them in. Would have saved me finding them and dropped them. Just do that. Undoing what I just did. Even though I've wasted time doing this, I'll gain some time back. Fast dropping them. As long as the item already exists in a container, you can use fast drop and it'll essentially put them in the container and put them in the stack that they already exist in that container. If that stack fills up, it'll still allow you to do it. It'll just create a new stack. But rather than you trying to find them or making new stacks and duplicating stacks, it's just easier. Because there are a limited amount of stacks or slots that you have, even in those containers. Although there's a lot of slots that you can have in those containers, so you should probably never run out. Consider not like doing any spice harvesting. That's respectable. In this container, I probably should keep one of every item so that I can just fast drop into it. But then that would mean setting it up to do that. So we've got 28 and we need 40. I think I've got 10 back in the base, or maybe 9 back in the base. So I'm probably 3 short, or thereabouts. So I need at least another drop. You can only learn these blueprints while you're in one of your bases. If you wondered why I didn't learn when we were out, that's the restriction. So they can't just pick them up and instantly learn them. But the new ones will have a purple thing on it like that. So when we come down here, where that'll be,
I'm looking for the little purple thing that should show above it, kind of in the middle. See, that's the one we just picked up. We already had one anyway. I don't know where the purple thing's on it though. The purple thing should have been above it. Even though we had one, every time it changes it should show a purple thing above it, but it's not. I know that was one of them anyway. So we've now got 2 of those. So I suspect we already had one of them anyway, because it just felt like I had seen it before. And the Shell Buster as well was the other one. So you've got 3 of them now. Okay, let's get a fuel cell, fill the autocopter back up. I think I've only got one left to fill up, and then we'll take it with us. Oh, actually, we've got 2. Take one with us, and the other one will probably half fill it, maybe fully fill it. Actually, it is a scout, so maybe it should fully fill it. I think very close to 62. And then we'll have 3/4, so that should fully fill another one while we're out. So it's not too bad. While we're here, we'll run some repairs. Mainly on the scanner, because the scanner is like what we're using the most. So as you can see there, it's quite heavily used. Durability, it's burning through. The wings in the deep desert, like when you're gliding, you are still taking durability damage, which, well, I can't disagree to say you don't take like damage off air, but it does seem a bit crazy how much damage you take from not flapping your wings but literally just gliding. It does seem a bit excessive in my opinion, but it is what it is. I think I might change the welder that we've got with us with the other one. So according to my info, we should see a large spice field in there. We'll head to there because that's a new large spice field which we haven't been to yet, and that's probably going to give us the best chance to get in on a fresh treasure trail where we might be able to get that final 9 of the advanced components or machinery that we need. This is definitely, I'd say at the moment, for me at least, the hardest thing to get hold of. Other than the actual plates, which I don't ever see anymore, so I'm guessing that they are only obtainable now in the deep desert testing stations that are out in the desert rather than on the wall. Because I haven't seen them anywhere anymore. And the only places I don't really go very often is there, and I've not been in the end loot room, so I'm guessing they are probably in the one place I don't go at the moment. great height, in the right direction, good speed. Just sit back and relax while the helicopter pretty much glides its way to our destination. If you have any questions, guys, do feel free to ask. Everyone's quiet today. Yeah. On the same row, in row F, there's also one in area 1. So 1F and 4F are where 2 of the large spice fields are. Spice field over there. Oh, there it is there. Hey, let's scan. Quickly pick up a trail. There's one random one. Oh my god, we just got some 6. First go as well. Oh, that's perfect. That's actually what we needed. I think. I won't go back straight away, but I think we've now got what we need. First hit as well. God, I love that. Doom gods do listen to you sometimes. Oh, have we got more? Oh, we should hopefully definitely now have enough. Just got some more. They look very similar to the soft step boots, but they're not. Hence why I'm not going to pick them up. But if they were soft step boots, I might have picked them up if they were high tier ones. The ones I've got at the moment are actually really low tier ones, but if I got a high tier version of them, I might pick them up. There's one there. There's a few there. Which way do we go? So I come back to that because that. Yeah, I know where that is roughly. Let's come back to that if we need to pick it up because I'm not sure if that's going to take me on another trail. I should be able to pick that one back up. Go slightly north of where the spice field is and ransack it. Hopefully find it. Feel that that's taking me on another trail. I'd rather come back to it if I need to rather than find out that it's taking me away from another trail that I could continue to follow and then come back to maybe that one. Sometimes they're so easy to miss. Like, I didn't have an ultra wide monitor. Sometimes I would miss stuff. Because having just that slightly larger monitor, sometimes you see something just off the peripheral view. Also has disadvantages as well, but I personally have got so used to it now I couldn't play on a normal monitor. I really couldn't. And I know people who have swapped back from like ultra wide to normal monitors, but I don't know how they do it. That's a crash hit as well. Let's mark it. I'll come back to it later. Well, actually, we could mark these. Yeah, let's mark that and we'll come back. Let's go get the downship. See what it's got. It's got a good chance out here in the PvP area to have blueprints in it. I think the chances increases the further you're out. So the fact we're in PvP means that we're going to hopefully get something better or have a better chance. And this is actually fresh as well because this has got smoke coming off it. Oh, there's one over there as well. Oh my god, finding tons of ships. There's another one that's down. Let's see if we can get to the other one as well. My only thing is my cutting array's like not too healthy. Definitely seen better days. Oh, and that's got advanced machinery parts in. Oh, wow. You go from like your luck being down to literally having tons of luck. Oh, the entrance. Thought that was the hatch, but it wasn't. There's one on each side that looks like that, but there's one that's false, one that's not. Just realised I didn't drop off the other stuff that I left in the helicopter from the last one. Difficult. It's quite an awkward position. It's actually trying to fire it. That's the hardest part. Like, this one's not as bad as the other one was. Says that. Oh my god, that is really annoying. That's it. I'm gonna have to try and get the helicopter really close to it. The only thing is, it's also on a hill, this, so it's a bit of a pain in the arse. Because it's on this, the helicopter will just slide down there. Not advisable of doing that because the amount of aggro I've just caused doing that, but once you opened it, you should be able to access it. Oh, and that was worth it. Got some nice blueprints there, man. What else is in here? That. So many things. Don't know what to take. Get all there we go, I guess. Oh, that's a nice. That was a good ship. Now let's go to the other damn ship that's over here. That I also noticed, and that looked fresh as well because the smoke was going on it. Just like that one was, but I think it's gone out now, so this one must be older than that other one, so there'll be probably worm coming to this one very soon. Just be a bit careful that it's not already on its way to the ship. There's like 0 flames on it now, but there was flames on it when I first looked over, so I think it's like on the edge of a worm coming to it. There's no aggro yet. Cool. I'm not going to go out of my way to pick up any of that stuff because it's not really that what I'm looking for. All easily obtainable and all. I've got tons of all that stuff as well. Stacks it back at the base. More blueprints. Let's drop that. Iridium. Get that easy enough. Viable. Spice Blanche would be nice to pick up as well, but there's a worm. It's not coming here by the looks of it because we've not got aggro, but I can hear a worm, so let's react. Where's that going? Is that going for another ship? Is that going for this one? There's another ship as well around here. Another ship. Wow. Ship Alley. Come and get your ships. Okay, let's go find our marker. That marker couldn't have been that far out. I placed a marker that's around. Did I move that marker? There should be a marker here. Somewhere. I'm aware of the rough direction I was in. That ship was, so it must be around here somewhere. The only thing with those markers, you can sometimes accidentally knock them off. I don't think I've done that. But I can use that ship as the marker from where it was. And it was kind of just in our view on the right hand side. So I think it's in one of these little valley areas. Feeling it's further around here. It's definitely not where that marker's showing now though. Not sure about that. There's one down there, so I think it's here. Where we were, roughly. Scan that way just to see if there's any markers out that way. There are. So let's go this way and see how far we go before we get to the end where there's no more markers. I don't think I see any more markers here, so I think this is maybe the start of the markers. Where I'm over now. I'm right over it. back in that stage now where it's going to be awkward trying to pick things up, because we'll probably end up wanting to pick up things we can't. So it's just going to come down to priority, whether or not how rare they are compared to what I need. There's a spice field there as well. Well, that's one we've already opened. It's hatched open on the top. Why'd you make me do that? That's way closer than it was. That trail led out. Maybe that might be. Like, I've only ever normally seen one trail anywhere near the actual spice field, so I'm assuming that is the one and only trail. scan around.
Yeah, let's get excited then, but that's just because they're all minerals attached to the island.
Be the start of a trail.
You know why I've just gone and gobbled both of them. Nice. Tier 6. I don't ever use these though, but it's always nice to have. I used to use them like way back when I first started playing the game, but I found there's more efficient ways of getting water than turning things from blood into blood into water essentially, which you can use for like there's like an advanced water processing thing that you can use, but it doesn't really produce that much water really, and you can easily fill it with a low Mark 1, and I stopped doing it like from I think tier 3 onwards. I stopped doing it, and I found that, you know, for one body you got enough blood out of one body from those ones. So the tier 6 ones you could probably fill it with just like one body worth of blood, because it's just the efficiency of which you'll get stuff from. The higher the tier, the better, the more blood you'll get from per body. I think there, I want. So there's the trail. Trail I do want. The trail leads to opportunity. There's the trail continuing. Being more picky now with what I'm picking up. So they have to keep dumping stuff. At least as much. Those advanced pumps, I would have assumed you used the, like, you had a good use for them, but I can't even think what one thing that actually uses them. Nothing I've come across at the moment that I can think of. to feel out that way, because it felt like the trail was going that way, but then all of a sudden there's like a marker over here. The marker there. Let's scan that. Place a temporary marker there and go this way. Hope I don't knock it off. That looks like a marker, but that, if you notice all the steam, whatever you want to call it, coming off that, that's actually where you can get flower sand. So that marker is actually just to say that that's a flower sand kind of field, whatever you'll want to refer to it as, area, I guess. Why is my markers not staying on the thing? Must be like temporary. Like temporary literally only lasts a very short period of time. Oh, advanced machinery. Exactly what we want. What do I scrap for that? Actually, let's see if we can dump some stuff in here. Let's pick it up. Definitely had a good day. Well, good session on this particular one. So far on this particular outing, we've got 21 advanced machinery pots over, you know, not just one thing. So it's been a gradual build up, but we will definitely have enough to do one more of the power units. Nice if we can get some more. Trail continues. I guess an item I could get rid of. These definitely are. but just pick up Solari. Pocket change. Oh, markers continue over there. That take us back to the Spice Field again. Day. Just seen an helicopter behind me. Somehow I went right past it. Should be here, right where we are. Oh wow, I don't think I've ever... A staking unit? I've never seen a staking unit. What the weirdest place to get a staking unit from. I thought you could only make them. Never knew you could find them. Treasure hunting. Find all weird things. That's 15,000 Solari staking unit cost to make, so... Not that I need to expand any land or anything, because my land's maxed at my main base in Haga Basin, but... Can't complain, man. Something that would normally cost you. Actual Solarians as well, like... When you make them in your own base, because you didn't buy them from a shop, it actually charges you at that point when you go to make it. Of the trail. PSO. Oh, actually. Here's one. I think it's here on this side. Oh. So this is why I kept the power unit, because I was like, well, I'm not sure I actually want to keep it, but then I was like, well, I know my own power unit was quite close to death. Or at least out of its current usage, because it was close to needing a repair. Can't agree if it's nothing to all go. Actually, we're right by the thing, aren't we? So we'd have done all that. Alright, let's go back. We've got what we need, so we're about to make the large power unit, which I'm really going to be glad, because now it means I can turn on 2 large power units and then power on everything, almost everything in the base, without having to turn things off. I want to build the other 2 ones because there will be some times where I still can't run everything at once, and if I build another 2 then there's more redundancy. But this pretty much will give us most of what we need, so that we're not having to turn things on and off quite as much. Where once we get like 4 large power units running, we can literally just come into the base, turn everything on, and not have to be concerned about having to maybe turn stuff off to turn other things on. We're almost, I think we'll be very close to almost be doing that with 2 large power units, but I think 3 is what we really need. And then 4 just gives us the fallback redundancy, that we can just turn all like 3 of them on. Then if we need to make more processing units, etc., then we can do that, and we'll then be able to turn on more power and stuff if we need it. So say if we start to get greedy and whatever, and we need like another large spice refinery running, then we could have 2 start spice refiners running and be able to power them, because they actually require like 500 kilowatts power usage units, and these large refiners produce 1,000, so effectively we could run 2 of them off just one of those, well, off 2 of the actual large power units. So far, good day. I've done one objective for today, and that's to get the advanced machinery part, so we can try to at least get one of the power units down that I want to get. Still need to get 2 more, but step in the right direction. And there is a down ship there. Let's see what they've got. Flames on it. No flames means been there for ages. Worm's gonna come any minute.
Oh, there we go. As I said it. Now, normally, when one's being attacked, you normally do see more than one ship down at any one time, which is why last time when we see one ship down, we seen that other one. Well, I noticed the other one. It rendered in and rendered out really fast, so I was actually lucky at seeing it. It was just that I was looking at the right place at the right time. Sometimes you can be right on top of one and the other one's hidden by a dune. It's just on the other side of it, unless you're high enough or you just by chance come across it, you might not see it. There probably is another one there somewhere, but I'm not going to search for it. See it, we see it. So often I'll see a down ship like that and you don't see any smoke on it. It's a telltale sign that you might be able to quickly sneak in and maybe open one or two of the caches, but you won't be able to get all of them, or you might not even get any of them like we got there. Literally as soon as you start assessing whether a web's going to come. Oh yeah, definitely, mate. Good to see you. Been a while. Yeah, it's I don't know. I've stuck with it. Obviously, I play it alongside GTA as well, but it finally has a container. So now you don't have to worry about bringing stuff out or taking stuff back to the deep desert, back to Hager Basin. So, you can also change servers now as well, because that came out on Tuesday. So yeah, I don't think it'll bring players back, but for those that were always on the fence and just on the edge, who could have been persuaded back, I think it certainly addresses a lot of the issues now that we were having. But it's nice to be able to do things now and not have to worry about building a big base out here and being able to take stuff back. It's easy enough. Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, if they hadn't addressed the issues that the game had, then I think they would have lost their only player base that they do have. So it's good that they're moving in a good direction. To be fair, like, if it wasn't for the streaming, I would have quit this game months ago. But I stuck with it. I'm glad I did, because I do enjoy the game. It lacks the PvP, but the narrative side of it's good. Oh, that's what I needed. Executioner's pants. I didn't have the Executioner's pants. You're alright. That's their trademark, mate. Honestly, you know what fun cover like. They did the same thing to Conan. They brought out a game that was that bugged that literally within the first week most people left. It was only people that hadn't experienced those bugs that tried the game after that period, so like a month after, and I was one of those. So to get my mate who I worked with at the time was begging me to come into that game. By the time I finally got into the game, he'd left, and I was like, "Where are you?" He goes, "Oh, we quit because the game was just too buggy." I was like, "What? You made me like come to this game and you're not even playing it anymore?" And by that point, I got involved with a guild and all sorts. So yeah, I ended up sticking that game. I played that game for two years. Yeah, it runs because it's been going for like what, 8 years? Actually, way more than 8 years. 2008, I think it came out. 2007. Well, the original one, obviously. Unchained is now the game, isn't it? So, which isn't obviously as new, but still a well-established and mature game. Not like Dune, which is like a a new game in comparison. But I think most games this year, like COD, failed big style. They rarely messed up. Battlefield, they started off well, but they've killed the game. They've brought in loads of things that there's like tons of memes now about like how they brought out a great game to start with and they've ruined it since it came out. It doesn't help the fact that what's that other game that came out that everyone loves playing now? I don't play it because it's not, for me it's not a true online game. It's more like a co-op game, and I don't see co-op games as like full MMOs, and I prefer MMOs. But it's like, I'm not saying it's not a good game. It's obviously an amazing game. I'm trying to think what it's called. What is it? It's on the top of my tongue. You know what I'm on about, don't you? The game of the year of 2005. Everyone knows it. Who's just forgot his mind. No. God of War? No. God of War. Did that even make the chart? No, it was Arc Raiders. That's it. Arc Raiders. You can't tell me you haven't heard of Arc Raiders. Everyone's talked about it. And if you game online, you must have literally been. Okay. 2000. Yeah, I want to have 2005. 2005. I was playing Black Hawk Down. I can't even remember who developed that game. I think it was Delta Force. They don't exist anymore. Oh, I'm pretty sure they don't exist anymore. Arc Raiders, 10 out of 10 game. Have you played it? Oh, Black Hawk Down. Oh yeah, I love Black Hawk Down. Black Hawk Down. Then you had the other one that you had as well, Joint Operations, which was also done. That wasn't quite as good, but they really were aiming toward. That was when MMOs became a thing. It became a genre, and they wanted to take Black Hawk Down, because Black Hawk Down was multiplayer online, but it wasn't meant for like huge servers with loads of players on it. And they couldn't make the architecture based on that game for big servers and big maps, so they decided to reboot it, and that's where Joint Ops came in. And Joint Ops was based at trying to get the first warfare game with a lot of players in one map. That's where Joint Ops came in. Joint Ops wasn't nowhere near as good as Black Hawk Down. They kind of like, it was good, but they got a bit lost with going down that rabbit hole, I think. Like I've almost been spice harvested. No, I haven't. I don't know. Get that back because I can make some more large things. Them as well, so I think I need that to make it won't make the large actual power unit, but that will give us a little bit towards what I'll need. I need to make loads of silicon though. I think I've got pretty much everything now. So I've got the advanced machinery part, which was what would come out to Deep Desert 4, enough to make at least one. And now I will need the Statium. I've got enough to make one of them. I think it's just silicon I need now, and then I should be able to build it. I've got all the raw material though, so it's just a case of putting it on. And all the aluminium should have been cooking as well while we've been out in the deep desert, so I should be able to make all the remaining parts of the storage unit. Our warehouse. Our warehouse is going to be complete. The epic base I've now got that I need to then put into a building move thing so that I can move servers. What server are you on, Squid? Me and Wayland are going to meet up on Harmony. Well, if you fancy meeting up with a couple of us, me and Wayland are planning to meet up on the Harmony server. He did give me the name of the instance in Hager Basin, which I can't remember off the top of my head. I need to go check my chat logs. But if you fancy meeting up with us, I've got a big base that I'll be moving out to whatever instance that we move to. Sweet. I don't think, unless you've been watching any of the videos, you would have seen this base, but this is the new massive solo. Well, I made it for a solo, but with the intention that at some point it might have actually a use for more than just me. But yeah, that's the main part of the inner part of the base. But below it, there's like tons of other space. Like, this base is absolutely huge. It's big. It'd be big for a guild, but for a soloer, it's the ultimate base. And this is my warehouse with loads and loads of storage. Now let's just see what I need. Guess I've got my advanced machinery now, so we've literally got 9 more than we need. So that's 9 more towards the next one. Only 2 more to make after this. So I need to make some silicon blocks, at least 100. If we turn off the large refiner, I should be able to switch over. Probably for the last time where I have to mess around with like turning things off and turning things on. At least, unless I turn everything on. Yeah, we now got all of the large big boys here as well, so no longer have to make it a proper base in the deep desert anymore with all of the refining stuff. I've got to the stage now where I've got more than enough spice melange to make it all here. So, and the fact that what I rarely needed to rarely allow it, like us to have everything here and bring things back from the deep desert base, was the cargo container, because now you can do all your raw, like, all your raw, like, mining and harvesting out in the deep desert, bring all the stuff back from the deep desert without having to do a million trips, just in the one container, and then bring it back here and then just refine it. and that's just like so nice, because then the base that you build out in the deep desert, it's more of a just a, like I call it an ornithopter pad. It's just like a mid base that you can just go back to, do a couple of things, whatever. Nothing you have to build out there or refine stuff out there, because obviously it's half build stuff, so it helps you when you're getting started. But yeah, it's super nice to be finally not having to rely on having to set up a base out there, and then also remember to bring it back down, because I have once forgotten to take down the deep desert base before the Cronionis event came along and wiped everything. And I lost a ton of resources. I think silicon doesn't like do it very fast. I think while it does that, I might go and get some bodies, because I think I just put the last of my bodies in before. Let's go to the body farm, as I refer to it as these days. Oh, well, that's one thing I don't actually have on me. Maybe I can't do that. I just realised all my stuff I didn't change. All my armour and guns and stuff, they're in the deep desert. I'm currently in my deep desert gear. Oh, wait for that. I was gonna say I could make some fuel cells, but I can't, because the thing that I need to make them in is the same thing I'm making a silicon in, so I'll have to just queue them. Oh, and I need fuel cells. That would help. I might just split with what I've got at the moment. I'll just store what I've got for now. Because it's fairly inefficient trying to get batteries around here in Haga Basin, where you can get batteries by the plenty from the deep desert, but then it's bringing them back. I'd rather just do that on Sunday tomorrow, when I take down the deep desert base. I'll just do a little run. Got plenty of irradiated slag, and that's what we need in order to make these. It's like one of the main ingredients. I'm not sure what you use these ones for, the irradiated core ones, which are like these are like the higher tier ones. In some ways I'm actually surprised that when you make these that you don't actually use these. It's unusual that you use the lower tier ones to make the highest tier fuel cell. Oh, I'm going to put these in here. I've kept these, not because they're amazing, but just because they are quite good, and like they've got hardly any durability loss on them, so when I repair them they'll still have a good amount of life on them. Might find some use for them. You need rockets though for this, so and they're not cheap to make anymore either. They used to be quite cheap to make, but they're like almost double the cost now. Repair those batteries and take them back into the deep desert.
that's probably going to die when I'm out and I'll curse, but if we repair this now, we're losing kind of life, because when we do repair this, we'll lose durability, but at the same time we haven't used this, so effectively you want to always run out before you repair it. That's why you should have a spare one, but it's having a spare one. Generally I don't want to carry a spare one because then I'm using up a slot that I could otherwise be carrying something else. Build on me. Be sure I've got my normal. Yeah, let's go in. I normally only kill people with the shield, with the sword anyway, so I could probably do bodies with what I've got. I'm about to do some pre-kills. Distance.
Identify yourself. Where's backup? Where's my backup? Interloper.
Body bag them. Stops them from despawning. Keeps your bodies fresh.
Identify water. I need reinforcements.
Sometimes one of the stuff come out earlier. Right, let's get an helicopter out and start piling the bodies into it. Go in the supermarket. It's just rather than a normal supermarket, we're ordering bodies. And you got to kill them first, but there's always a downside. I didn't even remember killing that one. Hopefully there isn't anyone else like left like that, because that body could have been despawned at any second. That the bodies will normally despawn in 30 seconds, so that's kind of why I bag them, because then it'll last 30 minutes. So it just gives you plenty of time to kill the remaining things around and then sort out like putting the bodies in something that you can then carry them on, because you can only carry more. Like if you take off most of your armor or only have very light armor and no weapons pretty much apart from the sword, you'll be able to carry 2 bodies, but generally speaking on a normal loadout you'll only be able to carry 1 body at a time, assuming you've also still got hardly anything in your inventory. That's full. That's full one. We're full, so go. Go. I'm actually doing really well at the moment for. Oh, we're full. I won't even be able to deposit. Intervision space. I'm doing that well that I've got too much water now. At least not enough that I can continue to make water. Probably want to turn off my passive water right now. They will actually stop producing naturally, but I think if there's something actually running, they'll still continue to tick on the timer that they're running on. So just to stop it from this timer from going, it's best to stop it. But if you've got anything in here, if all the water is full, then it won't pick up that next one and stop it from that point. But I don't think it stops it while this time is going, even if your like water container's full. I think it still tries to continue. Obviously we're not going to tell now because I've just emptied it. Well, emptied enough for it to start filling it anyway, but pretty sure it will continue that timer, just not pick up another filter unless you have the capacity to open. We'll stop them for now. Turn them back on once we start using enough water. Who's the hammer my second generator? Now we've got 2. How much we can switch on. I pretty much know I can't switch everything on anyway. I just want to see how much I can switch on, where the limit is. So this will use up half of what I've just switched on. The other stuff I've just switched on as well. Yeah, like I think I could switch on this, and this, and then I think that caps it. Oh, actually, no, still switch on a little bit more. So these use 150 each, and I think that's the limit. That'll be the last one. So I switch on this will take over. Yep. So we definitely need 3 more, but 4 more I think is what we really need, so that you've got the full expandability if you need it. But this is still pretty cool, the fact that we can get to all of this stuff on now. So that's all of the big refiners on. It's only now the fabricators that aren't all fully on. These are 150 each, so effectively if we get another large one, we'd be able to get them on. There's also the things I've just turned off up there, but they're 150 each as well, and there's 3 of them at the moment, but I'm actually plan to build 4 of them, so that would be 600 plus. Then I'm also going to build another death still, and the death stills take 300 and maybe 50, 300 or 350 each. So by the time I switch the other one on and that other one, yeah, I'm gonna need 4. Like, I really do actually need 4. It's like it only just peeps into 4, but yeah, I will actually need 4 for all of this stuff to be on at the same time. I will always switch everything off though when I'm not around, because it's just like your electricity in your house. Would you leave the lights on during the day? Well, you could do, but it's also you're paying for something that's not needed. Okay, so it's about 4:30 now, so I was looking to run the stream until around now, or maybe to 5, depending on where I was at. As we are where we're at now, I'm probably going to end the stream now, and we'll come back on after I've been in the gym and after I've eaten later. So I'll probably be back on later on this evening around 7-8 o'clock GMT, which is in the next like 3 to 4 hours. So do catch us then. If you do like the content and want to consider subscribing, then do consider subscribing on any of the platforms. We are live on unscheduled ones on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, and Kick. I'm trying to think what the other one was. But during the week as well, we are scheduled on other platforms as well, including Facebook and X. So if you want to be notified when we do go live, then do consider subscribing. We do play more than Dune Awakening. We also do play EVE Online sometimes. It's a really hard game really to stream that, because it provides intel to enemies, and people do scan like YouTube and etc to try and get intel on what's going on in other parts of space and stuff. So that's a hard game to do. I generally only stream that stuff when there's a big war going on, and intel is less sensitive, but we'll do down the line. And the other game we also regularly stream is GTA. I am looking for another game that I probably might do during the week, or as a bit more of an indie. Arc Raiders might be it, but there's tons of people that stream that, and I generally prefer to stream MMOs than I do games that are more co-op-y. So we'll explore that. But do consider like subscribing if you do want to find out what's going on and you do want to follow and you like the content. So thanks very much. Hope you enjoy your day and the rest of your weekend if I don't speak to you before then or see you before then. But have a nice one. Thank you very much and good night. Oh, not good night, afternoon, whatever. Bye bye everyone. Till later.